Greetings all, welcome to part 2 of probably many, the way I move on these things. I need to do less chat and more build on this section, hopefully, maybe. It's unlikely, I know. Anyways, thanks for stopping in. I see that Vince is here and he's back again. Thanks for coming back. And he just got his Mark IV kit 20 minutes ago. Are you farther than me already, man? Because you probably should be by now. Non-fam, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see that others are getting their Mark IV kits as well. Yours will be completed and running before mine. I can almost guarantee that. Haven't opened it yet. See, I'm a bad influence on you already. I had to wait over almost 2 days before I did mine because I was busy all day yesterday. So, alright, I'm gonna start moving along some more on this. We're at the point where we've got the buddy board installed and the speed ties are in, zip ties are in, and right now we're gonna add the Y belt idler. So I'm gonna find the parts. Wow, that was a lucky guess. Huh, look at that. We're at a part where we I don't think we got the layout, the parts part for this one. Maybe it was so long ago now that I just forgot that I did it. Nope. Okay, we're down to this section, and we're going to use 2 square nuts and you guys let me know if the music's doing okay again. I didn't touch anything, but just let me know if it's okay or not. And what size are those? 3x10s. Plain ones, not round heads. GC507. How's yours running? Assuming that you've that you move quicker than I do. Have I made any mistakes yet? Now I understand why there's a tooth pulley kicking around. Thinking we're going to be installing that at some point. Okay, I'm guessing that the goes in from the bottom. Oh, I see, and then it holds it back in place. All right. Oh man. A little at a time. I hope you're farther than me so far. Those are good. Just started the x-axis. Oh, that's alright. You're getting there. Yeah, space is always an issue, Vince. I hear that. It looks to me from the picture like this is the way it's going, so we'll just kind of move along that path and see where we get to. Well, Vince, I've seen you build printers at rep festivals before, so I can't remember from earlier JC507 if this is your first build like this or if you've been doing them before. Generally, the instructions from Prusa are usually very good. Oh, yeah. Allergy season. I was just outside for a few minutes. Just as I was getting ready to start the stream again, one of my cameras triggered and alerted me, and there was an Amazon delivery, so I had to go and get it before anybody else just wandered by and picked it up, which has happened before here. Interesting. Did I miss the step where it tells me how tight to make this? So it shouldn't be real tight. Yeah. Maybe when we get to that part, it'll tell us to loosen them up a bit. Now I'll just make it so this holes don't fall out. Oh, okay, you're experienced at this stuff then. Got experience. Needs that other piece that I just tossed to the back of the pile. I'll be cleaning that off soon, having a place to sit. I sit for a living, so standing for 3 hours was, you know, interesting. I'll be paying for it tomorrow. Yeah, they are fun to build. And I like building them this way on a live stream where everybody else can give me a hard time and heckle and catch up people I don't talk to very often. The textured sheet always looks better to me. And we're going to need some square nuts. You get into this part of these builds, square nuts are kind of almost every step, it seems. Two of these. And nope, too long. My guessing sizes brain is broken there. I'll go for 18s, of course. Not everything. It's always in the last place you look. 18. Hi there, Heather. Thanks for stopping in. Haven't seen you for a while. Haven't seen me live because I don't go live very often these days. Not for a long time, it seems. At least nothing that was public and intended to be on for a while. Hope things are good with you. Michael was on earlier today. When I was on earlier this afternoon too, he stopped in for a few minutes. So cool to see people from other communities I'm a part of stop in. Always nice. So far, I believe my virtual swear jar has been empty on this project, so that's pretty good and unusual for me on these deals. Find motor, find the gear that I just put back. Every time I empty one of these bags, it's one step closer to being done. There's a lot of steps. Literally boxes of stuff to put into this. So, it'll be a day, that's for sure. Probably tomorrow day too, at this point. Motors. Heavy parts. do I want? Which one I want? Let's see. It'll be this one or this one. Look at that. Guessed it right on the first one. No. Built in. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, there's an extra part in there. Maybe they gave us a spare again. Alright, on motor. Sure, rub screws in there. Yes, and they're both there, so that's a good sign. It's a good start. Crack motor. Yes, they brand. They focus sometimes. Not today. The face cam is not supposed to be that close to it. Anyway, they brand all their stuff. Have them made for them and brand it accordingly. Gotta keep hydrated. Be a long night. There will be a food break later at some point. Insert the square nuts into the proper holes. Right here. A set of semi-channel locks, which are great for this. Pushing the nuts in, because they're usually a snug fit. Well, it's going to take more than that, because it's on the other side. Not that one. Or step down. Make sure it's in. Hey there. It's the celebrity Chris Riley, who's always a celebrity, but especially today because he was on the Prusa podcast. Is that what they call Prusa Live now? Prusa podcast. He was the guest showing off his guitars that he makes. It's good to see you on screen, sir. Hope you had fun. I'm sure everybody enjoyed seeing your projects on screen again like that. They you said that you had 7 hours to spare. You got the last one done. I'm like, you can do a lot of stuff in 7 hours. I was proud that you were done early, because I consider that early when you're trying to get ready to go to a show and you're trying to get things ready. You're ahead of the curve, man. And we were talking earlier when Vince was on earlier about these shirts, because he was wearing his at Murph, and he said it's getting a little bit tattered and worn. But I know when I was making those at Murph 2019, when I made the first batch, man, I was up literally the night before. I was still finishing shirts and making sure I had the right ones, and realizing I ran out of sizes of some for people I wanted to make them for, so I had to give out some more IRFs at IRF that year. I'm pretty sure Vince was one of the ones I delivered at IRF, but it was a few years ago. It was 4 years ago. It's kind of blurry. $10 a.m. today? That's good. I don't know him personally, but he's always on high speed, so, you know, that was probably early for him compared to your early. Getting ready. Time was, that was afternoon for him. So, anyway. That might have been oh man, that's today? Thing on their end, you never know. Prusa Caster Master. I say Prusa and Prusa interchangeably. Just my brain doesn't always pick up the right one. Yeah, mine's upstairs. Never shown mine to anybody hardly yet. Just a short video clip I made of my kid playing it, my youngest Spawn, who was in the stream earlier for a few minutes in the chat. At 2 a.m. his time in Japan. He's on a break from school this week, so. Got time for sleep. Oh man. Sleep's overrated when you're going on a trip, because that was a long drive for you. Did you do it in one straight drive? Or did you break it up and stop somewhere in between overnight to get to Murph from your zone? It's farther than it is for me, I think. Okay, got those in. Place the Y motor like the picture. Okay. What are you doing with this? Those are a new thing to me on these builds. Or use some. Hey, we don't know. Okay, it's probably right. So how are we lining this up? Sort of like that. Wires coming out the bottom. E5 is the part on this. 9+ all in one shot both ways. Wow. I hope and I assume that you took turns driving at least. You and Mrs. Riley were taking turns, I hope. And I think it's, I don't know. I tend to budget at least 10 hours each way for mine. So alright, we're in trouble already. Did I not count right? Or did it tell me wrong? It said 3 and I probably only picked out 2. They're on top of the pile still. Oh no, you drew, wow. You're a machine, sir. I know I've been trying to figure mine out when I gotta get to Earth at the end of September there. It's the end of September, right? Because it's just me, and I'm getting too old for this long drive stuff, so I don't know how I'm gonna do it. If I'm gonna just get up stupid early in the middle of the night and drive, and then just crash somewhere for an hour or so for a nap partway down. Recharge or what, I'm not sure. I still got time to figure it out. Way more than 7 hours before I have to have that worked out. I remember coming back from Murph. Yeah, it was Murph coming back. I was starting to do the head bobs when I tried to come back on the... Yeah, Murph, I came back like on the Sunday night. I was planning to come back and at least get to the Canadian side for sure. By the end of that, I'd done some stupid, messed up my meds thing and was kind of in a hurry to get home to get back to those. Another part of the story, but I was starting to do head bobs, so I found a place to. Luckily, I realized it and pulled over and had a nap in some visitor center parking lot. Hope that I would wake up to not be an organ donor or something, but it seemed just busy enough that I parked just on the edge of the busiest part, and it worked out. good old, good old future Chris. Yeah, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out with 7 hours to go. Whenever I look at him, like, so where would I stop if I was gonna stop, like part way down, like overnight or something, just catch a hotel and on the trip. And there's kind of like nothing, not a lot between, not nothing, but there's nothing I want to stop and see really between here and there. I can stop at no, I can't stop there. It's not quite in the way. Say, Watkins Glen is kind of not too far of the way, but not much going on in the end of September. Yeah, Chris is good. That guy fixes everything. Future Chris. I got future Mike, and he's not going to probably do shit to figure it out till the last minute, so. Alright. This motor, like in the picture. Did it. Get the cursor. I wish my cursor would just go where my eyes look. Maybe if I get one of those Apple headsets, that would help. Heck, I can buy like 3 or 4 of these for the price of one. 4 of these for the price of one of those. So I'll take 4 of these. How far is Earth for you then? Because they're kind of about the same for me. Same. I can't remember exactly. I think it's like one says it's 6 and one 7 something hours officially. So I just add 50% to the way I drive and stop too much. Plus nap. Okay. And we're going to put this on. We're going to figure out which key it is out here. Feels like that's a good one. I forget what it is for. What are we doing here? We're doing down. So if you're not driving to Earth, how are you going to... 17? Holy cow. Math is hard. I'm not good at American geography. They didn't really teach us much of that. I took American history. That was interesting. Parts of it seemed the opposite of what I was taught here. Even back in the... That been 1980-ish? War of 1812 is my favorite. Our teacher basically laughed through that section. Because y'all didn't win. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you just gotta ship it and pray. I don't really have any choice but to drive to Earth. It's just not... If I was to fly to either one, I have to drive kind of northwestish from here to Toronto for about an hour and a half, probably, driving. And because it's considered an international flight, which it is, I forget how many hours early you have to be there. And then go through all the custom stuff and everything else, and fly. And then get a rental car in the other end to get around while I'm there, and then take, it's just time-wise and cost-wise, it's better to drive. Way so cost-wise, but... tighten the grub screws, then rotate the pulley and tighten the second one. Yeah, it's weird when you've been through a few of these. It's all starting to come back. What I have to do. Why the heck? Alright, put it on the side of the motor. Thermal pad. On that side. I've never been a big fan of flying. My youngest son, one that was playing the guitar for Chris, he decided he was going to move to Japan, learn Japanese, go to school there for Japanese, and then would like to work there ultimately, and stay there. And he'd never flown ever before in his life, and he'd never, other than a driving trip to Florida when he was probably almost too small to remember it, I don't think he's been outside of Ontario, other than just trips over to Buffalo and New York and stuff, but like, hour trips because we're close to the border. But I was shocked, but he did it and went okay, thank goodness. Nothing bad happened, and he's loving it, so good for him. Even when I was in my late 20s, if I was to come up with an idea like that, I don't know if I would have been brave enough to do it, so I admire him for doing that. Well, I assume the wires are coming out of the bottom, since that's where we put them. I know. I was shocked, man, when he's like, we were talking about it, like, cause it's not that I didn't believe him, just I was, as it got closer and closer, I was really impressed that he was actually going to do the whole thing, and he had it all planned out and had everything worked out. He's already kind of run out of money, but that was expected. but he had it all figured out and all planned and everything arranged and had all the paperwork in order and everything, and I drove him to the airport at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and off he went. That's a long bloody flight. I think they stopped in, I think his only layover was in Chicago, I think. So I told him to stay in the airport. It wasn't long enough to go anywhere else, but did I ask anybody how the audio's going yet? The music, if you can actually hear the music, I can't. So one thing I have to work on for the next time I do live stream is how to route the sound back so I can hear the music, hear how loud it is. I need to put a switch in so I can pull up the computer audio, but right now I've got it muted so that there's no audio issues into the overhead microphone that picks up everything in this room, which I'm sure you can hear. Alright, as long as it's there. Watch what I can do. Granularity is not my strong point. How about there? Is that alright? Is that better or worse? Not that, the music is not the star of the show. The printer is. Put it there for when I don't talk, which I know is rare. My camera's really... Custom plastic ceiling mounts, the way to go. Okay. Probably about right. Okay, let me know if it's too annoying anybody or quiet or whatever. I mean, I know it's not really important. I just like it to kind of mask some of the fan noise and everything else that's going on in here. And earlier today, the big printer upstairs was kind of making his presence known. I don't hear it in the rooms next door to it, not when I'm upstairs, but down here I can hear it. There's like no insulation, there's just ceiling tiles. A couple of those are down, so. Yeah, I don't quite have granularity on the audio yet. I'm just using the up-down volume buttons on an old iPad to control the sound, so. Because when I start messing with it on the mixing board behind me here, I always make it way worse, so. Okay, we put that in, attach the motor, keep the motor cable safe. Too late to think about it now. How can there be 6 comments on one step? That's interesting. They got an E6 in their kit, mine's an E5. Man, I just got it and it's already out of date parts. Man. It's a motor. I'm sure I'll find out quick if it needs to be changed. At least it's easy to change. I'm complaining because their pad didn't. Here's what? Look at that. Shane actually answered that one. Oh, here's the part where I'm gonna fail. I'm not gonna eat any gummy bears. Sorry, no Haribo for me. They're kind of like 900% sugar, as I recall. Not in my good plan. Hursty, bork, bork, bork. I'm guessing that Hydrat or Sacharity is maybe not. Maybe it's. Yeah, I can't read that. I need to figure that out. So we'll just say that I shouldn't eat them because there's lots of sugar in them. Okay, you can have some for me, Chris, and if you want some more, I've probably got ones from MMU2 builds, Mark 3 builds. I don't have the Mark 2 one. I bought it used. Original was my first purchase machine. Bought it on Facebook Marketplace before it was called that, I think. And the larger ones, I ate a few of those and I paid for it for the next week. So I stopped eating those too. The tub. Wow, we're done. It says it's done. So let's go. Let's print something. Hey, there's a question. Did we not put... Oh, we didn't see the other one yet. That's why. Alright, never mind. Brain's in the wrong gear. Always good when I'm doing this. Okay, onto the X carriage. What's that thing? You see the outline of a tool that you don't know. Oh, the marker. I'm going to use my number 8 Dale Jr. edition Sharpie. Kept that for years in case I ever went to a race and I could get his autograph, but you know, he's retired, so that's not going to happen. And it was a while ago because he hasn't driven the 8 for probably 10 years at least. So, but I still keep it around. Call it my lucky Sharpie now. We're going to need a 2mm and a 2.5. One thing I don't like about the Bond House tools is that the ones I use the most, the writing wears off of them with what they are. So I just kind of find the next one to it till I find the right one. There's the 2 mil, so that's the 2.5. I think I just remember that by now. Or take one of my other colors of Sharpies and write it on the handle. When they're in the nice rack that I have upstairs for them, they're all stacked in their slot with the little marks in the front because, you know, multi-material. But, thanks MMU. Okay, get out the idler pieces out of the orange part bag. This one says X on it. This other one says Z. That one, and the one with the hook in it. Smart the way they designed that, so that they put the raised section there, so when they take out the spore material, it doesn't affect things at all. Pretty smart. If that's in the design course that I signed up for on their website. Felt generous one day. Yeah, I should probably do that. I'm trying to relearn Fusion 360. So that might be handy to have something to follow and guide to do it. My usual fashion, I did good for the first couple of days. And this week I'm using up some vacation before I lose it all. Got like 8 weeks to use, plus whatever accumulates throughout the year. So thought this was a good week to take off, and then just to get some things done around the house. And then I got the notification last week that this was coming, and that the new Revo Point Pop 3 scanner was coming as well, and it arrived yesterday in pouring rain, and this was here the day before. So luckily the scanner doesn't seem like the box got too soaked. They like tape in China. So. Alright, lots more screws. What do we need? None of those, of course. By 25. Four of these. How many hex nuts? 7. Well, that's not the ones. Yeah. 3 and 6 of those. All right, Vince. Vince is cutting the tape on the box and starting his assembly of his Mark IV now. It just arrived this afternoon, so I wish you well, sir. And if you get stuck, just ask, because I'll only be ahead of you for another hour maybe, and then you'll be past me. So then the tables will flip. And hello to Jackie, the much better half of Mr. Chris Riley. You can't hit me for that until late September probably. Welcome, thanks for stopping in. Five of those, I think it said. It said 6. It's a race. As a NASCAR fan, I feel like it has to be. It's true, I accept it. Wise man, sir, wise man. Okay, what do we got? We got one longer one for not so long, and no square nuts. Okay, wait a minute. Why do I need 13 nuts and only 5 screws? Math. Where did the square nuts go? It's the hex ones. I know somebody's looking at the screen going, they're right there. They're buried. Okay, there's a bunch of nuts. I was just thinking maybe I wish StreamYard had a button so it would just like push a button and it would take the most recent comment and put it on screen. I'm not sure that they don't, but you have to be in the right window. Anyways, you're going to make some nachos. Where's Krusty? He needs to know this. All right, thanks for stopping in to both of you, and have a good dinner. Enjoy your nachos, and we'll see you again another time. Maybe later, maybe tomorrow. Depends on when this goes on and how bored you are at home. Thanks a lot, gang. All right, where are we at? Oh, there's a picture of Joe here. That must be important. Oh, the little Joe warning in the manual is to measure to make sure you're using the right size screws. I have one of these that I printed a while ago now. I printed a few of these over the last couple of years. See, I kind of got a little crunch on the part that doesn't matter where you hang it up, but mine just sits there most of the time. So, all right, start popping these in. Tell you to use the pulling technique to get them in square. I use a combination of the pulling technique and the press fit technique. They reach, which they don't. Reach the other way. Yes. Get them started. Yes, thanks for stopping in, Chris. Hope your evening is less stress-filled than mine. Started. 4 of them. The right shaped holes there are for that view, so we're going to move some of these boxes and make a place for me to sit, or lean at least. Stephen Poole, how's it going tonight? Thanks for stopping in. Sure, one of the most exciting parts, me just putting things together. Right away so the headset doesn't rip out of my ears. Kit. Most of the plastic parts. And other parts. And the rods, which we will need in a few minutes, so there's no use putting them too far away. There we go. It's not too bad. I can tell I'm not much taller when I'm sitting on this, or shorter when I'm sitting on this stool, because my head's almost in the same place in the frame. All right. Alright, here we take the longer one. Okay, we're putting it in, but we don't have a nut in there yet. Did anybody make a note of that in the comments? Yet, because I don't think there's no nut inserted yet for it to go into that I can see. Show me 3 times where to put it. Alright, this is where I start to question why things are the way they are. Yeah, somebody asked what to do with these. Yeah, I'm asking the same question. Like, I can see the spot where that should go, where there should be a square nut in there. They haven't told us to put them in. Vince, are you at that stage yet? I'm at that step now. I didn't miss it. I started and I couldn't have messed that many steps up already. The bottom side of the part. Need another pair of glasses that are halfway between there and there. Insert and tighten. Okay, I see nothing about putting any nuts into that part. No mention of square nuts yet. We'll just roll with it and see how far we get before we might have to go backwards. From the top side, that looks like that. Should be making notes on things to go back and add comments on later. I never add comments in these steps until after I'm done the build. Then I go back and add them in case it comes up later. Old habits. Okay, there's a one goes in there. The other one's got to go from the other side. Safety tip for anybody doing this: make sure your thumbnails are long and strong for these. It helps putting these little pieces in. Is it not on step 3? Step 3 is pretty much 3 ways of telling me to put the screw in. Oh, it does tell you that on the back of the motor. Oh, that's the other ones. That's the hex nuts. I did those. I did those hex nuts. They're in there. Those hex nuts are in. My thing is, when you put that screw in, that screw there, there's a hole here for a square nut, and I don't see anywhere. It certainly does. It's that big blue circle. Holy cow. Thanks, the ROMs, you're good. I'm looking for a step. They showed me the other stuff perfectly fine. Okay, I'm just stupid. It won't be the last time on this. Like, it's probably not even the first time. See, it's gotta be there because of what that does. Alright. There, I'll sleep better tonight. No, I'm not. You're supposed to put one of these in. Oh, well, I've forgotten what these are. Okay, those are 16s, which is what they're supposed to be. Put it in from the top. Well, there's nothing for that one to go into, so I guess we're just going to the plastic for these. about putting parts into throwing pieces into plastic is you never really get them aligned straight, is sometimes an adventure. Again, I'm not sure how far to do this. We're just tapping, 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 tapping. Guess it'll show up in that hole eventually. Maybe? No, it doesn't go that far. Really? Well, it'll show up in there when it gets there. Huh, I will find out. We'll just put it in. I assume it's the end stop for the... I can't see them letting those stick out later. Yeah, it goes right through. Huh. Interesting. Let's see, I don't know if you can see it from the end or not. But you can see where it's in there. Yeah. See what happens. Sometimes in the instructions they give you like 3 steps to do one thing, and other times they just kind of, here it is, do it. You're like, alright. As long as you see it. It's even more fun building stuff before the instructions are finished, that's for sure. And seeing as we're some of the first ones now that are building these kits in the wild, it's be interesting to see how it works out. Okay, we got both the square nuts in there. The blue one and the green one, the pros and the neutral ones. Insert M3 nuts into this piece. That one stuff. Yeah, we're still at it. Took a break during the, I don't know if you were here when we cut to when Prusa Live, the Prusa podcast, whatever they call it now, went live. Luckily, Krusty mentioned it in the comments at the time, and took a break and went and watched that. So there's 16 somewhere. Those are 16s, aren't they? Yes, those are 16s. So let's go with 18s and see if they work. I know, the flux capacitor beams. Man. Dogs and cats living together. Alright, let's cross up some more movies. Some more movie quotes. I'm getting smarter. The secret is not to have your screw they're using to just seat the nuts be too long, so otherwise you just spend too much time. We can't waste time on this project. I'm on vacation this week. I got all week. But I got a lot of other things on my to-do list. This only snuck in at the last minute. I said it was gonna, this was supposed to arrive yesterday. Yeah, it was supposed to come yesterday. And I kind of had plans for yesterday, so then it actually arrived on Monday. They changed it and said, oh, it's arriving today. Great. And then I had the Rebel Point Pop 3 coming as well, and it was supposed to arrive Monday, and it got here yesterday while I was out for the day. So luckily nobody stole it off the porch, so that's good. It's always helpful, because I can't imagine the nonsense and paperwork and emails that would have to fly back and forth between time zones and everything else to either get a replacement of one of these because it got stolen off the porch, for DHL to be blamed for it because the way they are, or the Revo Point Pop 3, which are also brand new and in limited supply and just starting to ship. So anyways, one thing for people that if you get things shipped via DHL, when you get stuff from DHL, do you get the harassing emails as your package is in shipment saying, oh, just click here and so that you don't have to be there to sign for it, so we'll just leave it for you? Do you get those emails? Did you know that they usually have no obligation to get you to sign for anything? Because if the shipper doesn't specifically check that option when they're setting up the shipment, then they can just throw it on your porch whenever they want. They don't have to do anything. At least they ring the doorbell when they drop off stuff, which is good. Which may just be the local person that delivers for them here. But I was not impressed by that. I'm gonna have to reply to their email. I also have a nice little PLA, mind you, printed sign as a test of PLA in the outdoor weather. It's lived for over a year now. I have a little sign on my steps where stuff gets dropped off that says, please put it behind the steps so it's not visible from the street so nobody will steal it, kind of thing. And it says thank you even on it. They frequently, delivery people take a picture of it right beside the sign where they didn't ring the doorbell and didn't put it behind the steps. So if anything ever gets stolen, I got lots of history of them not doing it. Why am I not using power tools? One, because I don't know if I have a set of bits for that Ryobi screwdriver deal. Yeah, I could put a lockbox outside, but it would have to be like 3 feet, I'm gonna guess 3 feet cubed at least to hold stuff that I get sometimes. A built XL, it would have to be that big. That's how big. The box just fits through my door here, and I got, I think, 32-inch doors, so a good safe thing would be 3 feet. I don't want them to scrape their knuckles putting it in. So, yeah, it would be a pretty big-ass lockbox. Not that I'm against that idea, but it's just... And if they don't even read the sign that says push the damn doorbell and put this, like, take 3 extra steps and put the stuff behind the stairs so they're not visible from the street, do you think they're going to fiddle with a lockbox and put it in and all that? No, they're just going to throw it on top or beside it. Delivery people here are not, I assume they're not held accountable for their actions. Is a nice way. If I see them, I always thank them whether they did it right or not, because I don't want them to throw my stuff usually. So I try to be good, but, you know. I'm sure they're on a hurry. They get paid by the part they deliver every day, and they don't have time to do a whole bunch of extra things, but a couple of steps I don't think is a big deal. People next to me, there's 3 apartments in the house, and they just drop stuff on the front steps. They don't deliver to the other 2 usually. So they get yelled at occasionally for that, and they get caught by one of the people that live there not putting it where it belongs. And they're all clearly marked in the mailboxes and on the door and everything else. But they don't get close enough to the doors. They just throw it at the porch and run. And my Ring doorbell camera can see them do it, so... Okay, we did that. We got 2 steps to put those in. And then 2 squares on the other side. Hey, those ones went in easy. I don't know if you catch me saying a boot, it's probably intentional, just to be stereotypical. I'm not. It's more of a, to me, it's more of an out east thing than a Central Ontario thing. But This is where I would usually say, I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. It's not. I say y'all a lot. I blame it on my NASCAR fandom. I say y'all. I say it just to wind some of my friends up too. Go, you can't say that, you're not from down here. Alright. What else do we have to put in here? Another one of these screws to nowhere. Top one first, because that's the one I just skipped. Yeah. Okay, all the standard. When I say it to some of my coworkers that up here, I say y'all, and they just roll their eyes. That's some fun messing with languages. Oh man, I'm looking for the... Not quite sure what those are for yet, but I guess we'll find out in time. First I thought they were to lock the, like against the steel shafts for the X carriage, but they won't let them stick out that far, so they must be end stops maybe, so you don't push them too far and split the plastic. We'll find out when we get there. How many of you are far enough north to get the Canadian wildfire smoke that Ryan was blaming me about earlier? It's fine. It's fun. He's just fun. Are you getting where you are, Vince? I know you're busy. I shouldn't talk to you because you're busy trying to build your Mark IV way faster than me. His will be printing before I get mine together. If I distract him, it'll slow him down in the race. Yeah, that one would have been a go for the spare bucket. I don't really know what else is assembling in the main frame. That's where I was an hour ago. Slow down, man. Kidding. Gonna build faster. You will have your llama robot print probably done before I get done building mine. Especially if you use if you reslice it with the input shaping. That's what I really want to try, because I know nothing about that stuff. Pardon me, having most of my fleet right now are Prusa machines that are running, that I'm using at least. Some of the other ones run fine, they just aren't plugged in. Hard to run when not plugged in. But yeah, I got nothing that'll really run input shaping type stuff yet. A whole bunch of quality machines I could probably set it up on, but way down the list. I'll keep that one handy for seating stuff. Alright, now we need some more plastic parts. It's almost easier to spin around and pick them out of the pile behind me. Another bag. Should celebrate. That's when they should get you to eat the Haribo's, when you empty another bag in the collection. Put them in the dispose of pile. These usually just go in the box and sit in a pile. All the old stuff. Interesting. I like that trick they're doing with the design, where they put that notch at the top, like a key, and that's where they hide the bits from the support material that are there, so that when they take out the supports, it's fine. That's pretty sporty. I like that idea. I'm going to incorporate that into some of my stuff. Because sometimes you get places where you just can't get in there to dig out the support material properly. So I think it would be nice to do that sometimes. What are those? Rubber pads. Okay, 2 of the long linear bearings. Taking the headset along for the ride here. Let's check this quickly. I guess we'll find out in a minute. As we get the grease right, we're going to use that fairly soon, I would think. Not in a while. I think the last time I greased a set of Mark III bearings, I had to print that little custom part. So we're going to use the 10U bearings, the big ones, which makes sense. Sort of. Yeah, so we're going to go in there. What we got here? Some belts, some shafts for bearings, for the idlers. Here's those rubber things they're talking about. Pads, 20 by 10 by 1 millimeter. 4, please. Any spares of those kicking around? Well, I got 2 more, so. It's a good question for discussion amongst the crowd here. Do you know if cheap filament will make accurate enough parts for machines before using good filament? I don't know if being cheap will throw the numbers off. Okay, here's the way I do that. I tend to use the cheap stuff if I'm designing the part myself, like if I'm modeling it. I use the cheap stuff until I get it the way I think it should be, and then I'll switch to better quality filament for the finished parts for the client or for me or whatever the final purpose is. So that's kind of the way I do that. So yeah, for prototyping I use the cheap stuff, whatever I can get. I'm doing a project now for a guy, and the first one I printed in some tree, like Christmas tree green color, because I had enough of it just laying around that was older. And then I knew it wasn't going to be the right fit. Then I did the next one in yellow to use up an end of a spool. I ran out of yellow, switched to gray, so it had a band about 3/4 of an inch high at the top that was gray. He didn't care. and then I switched to black, and I was getting, he wants it in black in the end, but I'm still using PLA at this point. The end result will probably be ABS or ASA, something like that, because there may be some heat involved in it. So yeah, the way I see it, that one stuff is that, like, I'm gonna, if I was doing a big print, like that was taking, you know, the better part of a spool of filament, I might use the better stuff, like, when I thought I was right. But, like, dimensionally, it shouldn't change other than your flow rates. Like, if you've got filament that tends to ooze a bit, you know, you might get a little bit there, but I don't think it should be that terrible. I don't like to use really cheap filament and give it to people, you know, if they're paying for parts. I don't like to use the cheaper stuff unless, you know, it's something they really don't care about. Like, I have one guy I do stuff for. He takes all his final, he does all his own design work. All I am is the print for him. He comes down, picks it up off my door. He's hanging on the door. He comes, picks it up, and leaves money on the door. And he's really good. He's a designer, and he sends all his stuff to Shapeways for final printing. So he doesn't, you know, he's more, if it's within, you know, 1/10 of a millimeter, it's fine for what he's doing. He's aware of the differences between the FDM prints that I do and the I think he does it in sintered nylon on his. So that's why he does it. Hey there, Peter, how's it going tonight? Thanks for stopping in. So in that situation, he does it that way. For me, I usually make sure that the final print is in a decent quality filament, at least something I know isn't gonna crack and split later. But everybody's different. I mean, like, I don't know where you are geographically, but where I am, in this part of Canada, I'm, you know, your typical filament, like Polymaker and AMZ 3D and stuff like that. Those run $30 a spool, maybe as low as 25, somewhere, depending on what day it is, and if there's a coupon or anything for a roll of that stuff. Even if I buy in bulk from a Canadian distributor, I'm not going to get much better than 26, 27 bucks a kilogram for PLA. And then, you know, like for me, Prusa or we talked about Jesse PLA from Dave's Place there earlier from Printed Solid. By the time I get that stuff here with shipping and duty and everything, it's the better part of $60 a kilogram. So yeah, I save that for the good stuff. But right now, most of my client stuff is going out on probably Polymaker, because I can buy it, and if I run out, if I'm a little bit short, I can buy another roll from Amazon the next day. So that's kind of the way it works for me. I'd say your bigger concern, that one stuff, is probably the, you know, the machine. Like, what machine are you printing on? I'm not judging, I'm just, because I know which ones of mine are more accurate than others, consistently accurate. They can all be accurate on a good day, but some of them are kind of, and they change over time. You know, belts stretch, bearings wear a bit, things get loose. Okay, well, I can't speak for the quality of the Mark IV personally yet, because, you know, mine's like this, but yeah, you should be fine. I mean, the difference isn't, you're going to learn after the first one you print, when you go from the prototyping material to the good stuff, when you do the measurements on your parts to see what they're like, you'll know then. You know, the bigger concern is, like, when I go from, like, prototyping in PLA because it's cheap and fast and doesn't smell bad, and then when I got to go to ABS or ASA at the end, Apache isn't bad, it's the same smell to me, but I gotta go to the other stuff. It costs more, it stinks more, and so when I gotta go to that in the end, then I'm I double check everything at that point before I make like 10 of something for someone. Yeah. It's a little bit of trial and error, but trial and error, like you'll learn the machine too. You'll know that certain machines are just a little bit better at some things than others. So, we got there. Stop talking, keep building, right? Talking's kind of fun. I'm gonna build them straight. 3 by 30. I guess I'm very good at looking at lengths. I haven't even got the right package open for the gears yet. Did you get yours pre-assembled? Can't remember. Yeah, I think yours is pre-assembled, right? It's probably the part I was most not concerned, but I'll be extra careful when I'm doing that part. I didn't want to screw up an extruder. It's not like I can just go buy another one anywhere. The other system, you can just buy Bondtech gears anywhere. Alright, where did I put it? See, misplacing stuff already. I'm gonna go over here. Boards. That is, so let's see what that is. There it is. And we'll do it with the side camera, it'll work better. That one there. Focus in, is that the one you're looking for? Oh, you haven't got yours yet? Okay. Somebody, I can't remember who was in earlier. Somebody was in earlier that had theirs and they got a assembled one. But there's that's that part. So in this bag there must be an opening. Someone wants to ruin my day, they just have to give me a bag that doesn't open. Plastic grocery bags, which are now banned in this country, sort of. And there's the planetary chunk there. That's where all the magic happens. Right there. Not all of it, just that piece by the looks is pre-assembled. Yeah, I couldn't see them trying to get us to do little C-clips and stuff like that, putting press fitting bearings and things. At this point, I just kind of hope that all the parts are where I need them. I'm sure they are, but, you know, it's the things we think about when we're at this stage in one of these builds. Because I hate to get 3/4 of the way done I know. I just have a problem grabbing, like when you get a grocery or a garbage bag, you're trying to get the thing to open. Pulling them apart is, I swear they designed them that way on purpose. Just to frustrate users, because that's what I would do if I worked there. So we got all the... We have a lot of screws and no... 6, 2, 4... Yep, that's what we got. Let's move on. Check the comments quick, because there's 3 of them. Typo. I get to 3. Alright, now we get to lube it up. Several paper towels. Luckily, I went and got those earlier today. And I remembered that I put them behind me here. How many hours have we got in so far? We did 3 hours earlier today, then we stopped for the Prusa live stream that they were doing. Or semi-weekly, whatever it is. Bi-weekly? Sort of. Anyway, whenever they can. Wednesday stream, and we're about an hour and a half in now, hour and a half in now. But I'm spending too much time stopping and talking and stuff. I'm not, by the time I'm done, you can probably easily cut the total in half to do it without the distraction of, you reading the chat and doing that, which I like. It's why I do it live. Otherwise, I just sit here and just crank it out. Maybe even sit somewhere more comfortable than this table, but let's clean up grease. Alright, so now we're gonna squirt some bearings. I haven't seen a lot of people posting about doing this build yet. I saw one guy that the video played at like, I don't know, 16 or 20 times speed. And I think he said it was about 7 hours he had into it. But I don't, I can't remember if he got his, if he stayed with it until he had it running, or if he just had it assembled. And because then you could update firmware and everything else, which is a new one now, in the last day or so for this. But I've heard people say that it's a 7-8 hour up to 12-hour build, real focus time. And then people like me, they're talking too much. It's going to take longer. Just the way it goes. I'd rather have the chat time. I think, well, we're doing it live, so it's normal. I think I might, we'll see how it goes. I might edit it down a bit. No, well, most people just got it, took it out. The setup was, no more complicated, well, less complicated than a mini even, which is, a few bolts to put it together. Ones I've done, I never did a mini kit. My eyes are too old. But, yeah, I mean, a typical Mark III build takes 6, 8, 10 hours, I think, for the average person. And this one's going to take me more because I've never done one of these, and putting the extruder and stuff together is probably going to be a challenge. Does this have a popper built into it or not? Should check the cap. Yes, it does. It's the feeling we need. Yeah, Peter, at normal speed. I'm not sure I'm at normal speed. If you take this one and speed it up to 2x when I'm done, it'll probably be closer to averaging out to normal speed. I'm just one of the first ones that I know, that I've seen, to live stream it. And the reason was I haven't streamed in a while, and I've got all this stuff here. It took me a good part of last night just to update all the software for OBS and everything, and refamiliarize myself with some of the settings, and to get the sound hooked up for the music in the background. And oh, you would have to pay more than $50 for somebody to put this together. That's the way I looked at it. Like, the price difference, I figured if I put 10 hours into it, you know, you would have to pay me at least between $30 and $50 Canadian an hour to put something like this together, because it's fiddly. So, you know, it was just, to me, it was just save some money and have a good time, sit and talk to some of my friends on here when I'm doing it, and see how it all goes together, because I haven't built a printer in a while. And this is, as I said earlier, this is my warm-up for when my XL 5-head kit arrives. At the time I ordered, I think they called it semi-assembled, but apparently now it's a kit like this. It's a whole bunch of parts from what I've seen. So I'm gonna set aside, like, I'll take a week of vacation to build that, I think. So, but the pre-built price of that was, as I recall, was considerably higher. So, and every time you increase the price on the purchase price, that increases all the import fees and taxes and crap to get it to me here. So, yeah. They'll start. You'll tell them you'll give them $50. They'll be like, yeah, I can put a printer together for $50, and they've built like an Ender 3, which is, 6 bolts, right? I've never built one. A few bolts, anyways. Like, all the Crowley machines are basically bolt the pieces together and push the button, plug in the wires. But the main wires, everything else is done for you. But they'd say, yeah, I'll do that for $50. And then they get started, and they get this far and go, yeah, I'm out of here. It's not worth another 2 days of my time fiddling with it. And you do learn a lot when you're doing it. Like, I didn't do this for the experience of building a printer from scratch, because I've been there, done that. But when I said I'd never do it again, and now I've signed up for 2 in hopefully 1 year. So here, we're gonna put the thing in. Wiping and cleaning involved in this. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you find something else, finish it for another 50, you'd still be out of the game. I don't think it's a bad thing to do it and learn, because, you're eventually going to have to do some kind of maintenance on it. It's just part of the game, so you might as well know how it went together the first time, too. I'm not usually a fan of people building kits for their first printer overall. If you're gonna, this is the way to go, because the instructions are laid out, and if you can follow everything and you're reasonably mechanically inclined, most people can pull it off. And their support is great. If you do their chat support, I don't recommend email support for almost any company. If they have chat support, it's always quicker. You may not get an answer faster, but you know when they're going to get back to you more that way. Wait until it's 9 a.m. their time, and then they might get back to you somewhere in the next hour or two after that. For most places, most companies I've dealt with, not just this one. Where's the part where we have to use the marker? Come on, you can do it. Maybe we don't care at this point. Okay, you gotta focus on this part for a minute so I don't mess up. Alright. Does this still have... one downside of these being even. So it's one way to do it. Since I did this stuff. Just give it a slight squeeze so you can see where the four sides of the goop are coming out. And then that's the way I'm doing it anyway. Oh well, it'll work in. Let's go with that. It's looking like some got in that time. I have a feeling I'll be redoing these at some point. Re-greasing them. Oh, you can see some got in that time. Yeah, sure. Hey, I just noticed something. The wings on the thing line up with the holes. Wow. If it tells me that in the instructions, I didn't really read deep enough. Looks like that's about it. I think that would have been a good place to put marks on the inside. PTSD over putting stuff together. Yeah, I grew up taking things apart and building things by taping together rulers and putting paper clips on the end to pick things up that were like more than an arm's length away and stuff like that. So building little tools and machines to do simple things, and now I do this. School for Mechanical Engineering Technology way back in the 80s. And here we are. It is a tight fit, putting that piece in there. We'll leave it at that. Turn the tube and applicator clock. Guess I could have read this part next. I got more than that one. I'm closer to that one, so we'll go double check that again and see if I can feel that the way they say I can. So that one stuff is the Mark IV going to be your first machine? First 3D printer? Some resistance, holy crap. Yeah. We're gonna just have to say, yeah, that'll do. These are the Z ones anyway, so. We'll hear them quick if they're not lubed enough. Yeah, that's kind of neat the way it does that. How it figures that out. They are kind of raised a bit. So that's how you feel resistance. Well, there's resistance there, alright. I'm getting squirt all over. Yeah, I think you'll find most of the people in this community are long-time tinkerers and take stuff aparters and put it back together. Hopefully it works-ers. Got at least another hour there before I run out of something to drink, so. Alright, well I hope there's enough in there. I can see some in there at least. We'll see. Done both ends. Okay. Alright. Now we're gonna see. Steven knows, he knows the deal. He's been doing this a while. Everything you get, you gotta take it apart and see how it works. my first memory of that was not me, not immediate family. It was my neighbor. He was older than me. He was maybe 3 or 4 years older than me. We were just little kids. He was probably coming up to his early teens. And I got a new Timex watch for my birthday. And I was so proud. It was the 60s, alright. So I went over to show it to him. And, you know, we were just playing with whatever that day. And showed him my watch. And he said, that's cool. And took it off, showed it to him. And he was checking it out. Because I don't think he had a watch. And, but he knew enough to take it off, flip the strap over backwards, and then he smacked it on the wall, on the concrete wall in their basement. Pieces everywhere. The cover came off the back. Stuff was everywhere. And I was upset would be an understatement probably. I don't remember all the details of that part. But what I do remember is that he probably was scared his mother would wail the daylights out of him. And he put it back together real quick, and it was ticking again. So, and that's the earliest time I remember things coming apart like that and putting it back together that I remember doing that. Other than toys that were designed for it, but so that's my earliest memory of somebody taking things apart and or breaking things apart in that case. But I come from a long line of makers. My grandfather was a tinkerer by trade, I guess. He was a carpenter by real trade, and he was always making things and fixing lawnmowers and fixing guns back in the day, shotguns and hunting guns mostly. And I know when he passed and when we cleaned out his basement, I found lots of cool stuff down there, like records of him where he had to keep records with the local sheriff in the times. I don't know when that would have been, 40s and 50s probably, where he was repairing guns for the sheriff that they'd taken in for whatever reason, from what I could tell from the writing anyways. And he had all the records and all the stuff to cover his butt in case, you know, anything went wrong. So those are pretty cool. And there was lots of stuff that was like little pieces of aluminum that had been filed with a hand file and drilled and made into some piece. I had no idea what it was for. Those boxes of little odd parts like that. They were just spare pieces that he kept in case he'd need it again another day, and I have that same problem. So, come by it honestly, as they say. But he had a lot of cool stuff like that. And his daughter, my mom, was did crafting and stuff, and she was a maker that way. And my uncle, her brother, and her other brother, they were all handy people making stuff. My dad's side of the family, not so much. But the glow was pretty awesome. I bet it was. That's a good one. I don't think I'll do most of the stuff around the house. I will not touch gas, like natural gas stuff. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not confident around it. I do as little as I can with that. I would pay a professional if I had to do anything like that. But electrical stuff I'll do to a point. I'm the guy who checks with a meter like 3 times to make sure there's no power to it before I do it. I was doing some electrical work here, putting in another outlet where my resin stuff is, and a few years ago. And I kept checking, and it seemed I could not figure out the exact wiring on some parts of it. Made sure I had like 3 breakers turned off, made sure it was dead, did what I had to, put it back together, and everything worked again. It's still working. The guy who owned this house immediately before me was a high school electrical teacher, and some stuff he did really good, and then some stuff must have been stuff he didn't change from whoever was here before. Always fun when you're buying a house. But okay, put those in so that they're in an X pattern. Alright, I'll do my best. An X-Files fan, I'll give it a shot. Use the reflection of the screen to line that up. Sort of like that. Sure, this isn't an exact science thing. Let's get as close as you can to an X. Enough. Using my bad eye for that because it ain't gonna help. Okay, I'm gonna take that and set it with the fan. Let's get some hot water. Sure, nothing else is telling me I should be doing something else right now. Alright. Alright, let's get this part together. Do. Step ahead. Oh well. I'm supposed to be doing this one now, not that one. Well, I had some isopropyl alcohol right over there that I could clean my hands with. Probably not supposed to do this, but oh well. Should cut it enough. I hope. It just says you can't eat it. Don't do this at home, kids. Red light. How's things going, man? I haven't seen you in a while either. Hopefully you're home from work by this time of day. Good seeing you. Thanks for stopping in. Pretty cool here today when I've seen a few of the people that I used to see frequently. And we don't seem to hang out in the same places anymore. And Mike is one of those. It's another long timer. I'll call you old. But I've known you for a few years, that's for sure. Those are two rectangular pockets. Yeah, you saw that. There's the pads in the pockets. Pushing the finger. By pushing the finger on them. Pushing the finger. I can give it the finger, but I don't think it's going to help. Finger means the same thing. Hope for his sake that Shane is asleep by this time. He was on earlier today. Yeah, red light, 3D Medic Vince is building his kit too. He got it, I don't know, a couple hours ago. Arrived at his place, I think, sometime later this evening, and he's building his as well. I'm sure he's already passed me at this point, but... And who else was in today? Mr. Buttram was in earlier. And... Krusty and Shane. I don't know who else from the older crew was in earlier. Oh, you saw him at Murph? Oh, I'm glad you got to go to Murph. How was it? I didn't go. I'm gonna try and make. Oh my! I'm going to make Earth. The hotel's booked, and I've got plans to go, so I'm going to Earth. Oh, there's Vince. See, he's putting the power supply in now. Just talking about you. Nothing bad. Hey, there's Baker Viking. That's Thomas today. Another one of the older crew. I'm not calling you old. It's your puppy compared to me, but. Who did you see at Murph? Was Mr. Buttram at Murph? Well, he might have. He might have stopped in. I know Vince was there. Haven't seen Mr. Viking in a while early, or lately either. I just don't. I got to a point with being in all the streams that I realized I was not getting enough done. I realized it a year too late, probably, but I'm still behind on all those things, but I don't get to participate as much. Alright, so we're going to put that in. The XN clip and notice the blah blah blah. Yep, notice that there's a lip. They put a lip on the end of the housing right in here. There's a good lip to stop the bearing from sliding out. One of my Mark IIIs in the other room still has that problem where the bearing slips out every once in a while. At one point, I took a little dab of silicone and put it there to kind of give it enough, then it holds it in fine. So, silicone or hot glue? I can't remember what I ended up using. Probably hot glue. It's enough to hang it out. Yeah, I've never got into the Discord thing as much as I probably should. I find it's hard to balance the keeping up on what's going on and being bing 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 too much. Every time somebody says hi to somebody else, I get another bing on my phone and my iPad and the Mac. I was like, yeah, I tend to go there when I need stuff now. I think it's good that some companies are using it for using Discord for their support, because it's easy to keep things. Really slide it in. I thought that was the idea of those rubber things. All right, we'll play along. Better than I thought. Bearings are still kind of in an X. Interesting. Okay. Okay, it's the other one that's got different length screws, because I'm like, I got 4 screws left, but they aren't all the same length. So these ones are all long ones, and then the other end is just short, 2 shorts, 2 longs. Did anybody notice that at Murph, the floor plan, Walter Country 3D had a table reserved? Kind of laughed. I went, maybe he was there. I don't think he was there. Was he there? Mike, Red Light, you were there. Did you see Walter there? I think Walter's kind of moved away from the 3D printing world. I haven't seen him post anything in quite a while about this stuff. Or again, I could be looking in the wrong place. He's not on Twitter. I won't have seen it, probably, or Facebook. Most of the stuff on Facebook is around Disney and stuff. Quite the character. I miss his morning news stories that he used to do when he was live streaming before work in the morning. I was usually making breakfast, so it was a good time to listen to Walter and his thoughts on the world. It was always entertaining and informative. Even though we might have always agreed, it was still good to see what he was thinking and what was important to him. I don't think he was there. I just laughed when I saw the floor plan. I went, that's kind of the way Murph is, kind of haphazard, and he might have reserved a table last year and then changed his plans enough that he didn't end up going. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because you're up in the sky looking down at everything in the crane all the time, so anything you can listen to is probably a good thing to be putting some extra noise in your ears and passing some of the time a bit while you're waiting for the next thing to do, if I remember correctly. I'm used to your little live stream bits from up there. So to me, like many jobs, there was a lot of hurry up and wait. Tighten these up. Tighten the screws completely, but diagonally. Alright. They're selling them on eBay. Is that going alright? From home makes that different, but yeah, I've always got to have some kind of noise, because just being here by myself, it's even when my youngest son was living here, it's still quiet all the time, so it's always good to wheel and deal things. It's part of my semi-retirement plan, is to sell off a bunch of the stuff that's here that I just don't really have any reason to keep keeping. Childhood stuff and that I cleaned out my parents' house when they passed. And turn it into short-term income instead. So I've been spending too much time learning and not enough time doing on that kind of thing. In the last few years, I've watched a lot of reseller stuff and people buying and selling all different things. And it's like, my first goal is to get rid of the stuff I got here that I don't have any use for. Alright, so slide this into place. The other one, still nervous about that. I'm really impressed that those little rubber pads stay in there when I do that. So, okay, where do the short ones go and where do the long ones go? 30s are the pink circles, so that would be here, which would make sense because it's longer, deeper. And there's nowhere for those to go in. Oh, I see they go into those. Alright. Alright. He's going to hex nuts, the other two going to square nuts. Oh, that's cool. Printing molds and pouring them with silver and copper. So, does the mold stay long enough with the molten metal in it to not just, like, how many casts do you get out of each mold, or is it a one-off deal? You can tell me to just shut up if I'm asking your trade secrets, but I've thought about it a few times. I had somebody ask me to 3D scan. It looked like a medallion or something, and I tried to find out what it was because I don't want to. There's certain things I won't do. Anything it's hateful I won't do because I just don't want to cause trouble and have it pinned back on me 3 or 4 times. Oh, that's alright. And is it like decorative, like jewelry-ish type stuff, or is it like, or is it just repouring it into a new shape for sale or stuff? Because I should, yeah, copper probably not so much, but silver you could probably just make into little ingots and stuff. But interesting, that's cool. I used to do lead, like, for jigs and stuff for fishing when I was younger and had a lot more time on my hands, it seems. And my uncle was into that stuff too, so it was easy. I used to get his hand-me-down gear for all that. And pouring it in sand. Oh, so are you making a positive, like a print of the final item, and then pushing it down into the sand? Thinking back to my metallurgy classes in college, it was almost 40 years ago, so my memories are fuzzy, but, and then doing it that way, is that what you're doing? Look at that, man, my brain still works. At least when a plan comes together. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this one wanted me to do this thing and scan it. And then we got to the stage where I'm like, well, tell me where to meet you to pick it up or drop it in my mailbox, whatever. And then I never heard from her again. I never even gave her a price, so she couldn't have got sticker shock. This was a few weeks ago, and I was like, I wanted to try out. I'm always looking for an excuse to run the 3D scanners and get some more practice with them. So I was kind of looking at it as, it's a little piece. It'll be fun. And then she kind of stopped communicating, ghosted me as it were, and that was that. So, but it looked interesting. It looked like an interesting project, just for something to do a little bit of experience and practice. As long as I still have full-time income, I don't mind doing those once in a while. I prefer to get paid for stuff, but if not, it's, you know. Alright, where are we at with that? So we're halfway through this thing, this chunk. Tighten the screws, pick out the rods. So it says pick out the all the Here's all the rods that we have. Short version of the story. 2 8mm, 2 10mm, and 2 longer 8mm, and I believe we're using the longest ones for this. 8mm by 370. Shows them as the longest, so I will trust that those are the longest ones. Stop those from rolling. You can get a 3D mesh of in real life using a process called 3D point cloud. Yep, that's how it works. I've got several 3D scanners. I've bought too many of them over the years, including the one that arrived yesterday. Great. I went from the... One day I should do a video with those and get them out and show how they've progressed over the years, but the ones I'm using now are all from RevoPoint. Their software. The whole secret to all this, everyone I've bought, the secret is the software. The hardware is always pretty good enough, as accurate, you know, as the sensors are in it. But the software always sucked. I gave somebody, I don't know, a couple $100 for one that they were doing that was sounding like it was going to be good. And their software was just awful. They sent me the hardware and everything, and their software just wouldn't run right. And they were really pushing you can scan color to use in video games. This was 4 or 5 years ago. It was not ready for that. And their software never worked right. I think the guy that was doing the software probably bugged out on them. So I use the RevoPoints right now. I bought the Pop the first time. It was a Kickstarter. Then I got the Pop 2, which was better. And every time, like, it was mostly the software that changed, but the Pop to the Pop 2 was a good step. The Pop's good. The Pop 2 is a little bit more accurate. And then they brought out the Mini, which did smaller items, because that's always the problem, is like every time I've bought a scanner, and there's a few, probably 8 of them by now at least, just off the top of my head that I can think of. And the catch is you can either scan something the size of a human head or basketball size, or you can scan things that are like golf ball size. And then if you do something like a piece of a car, you gotta do that in pieces, and you gotta spend more time tucking everything back together and aligning the bits. So right now my main machines are RevoPoint Mini. I hope the RevoPoint Pop 3 that I just got will fill the gap where the Pop and Pop 2 used to use. And the Range, which is their bigger one, which works well for bigger stuff. Like I haven't had a chance to use a lot of them because I've been too busy with things, but they seem to be the best ones. I've got the Creality one, which I never really used much. That was a fiasco. I think I just kind of got bummed out on the whole. They got sued in the middle of it by somebody for their software. I think that right now the RevoPoints are good. Like their software has really come a long way in the last couple of scanners. Like between the Pop 2, and it's all the same software. They all use the same software. I haven't gone back to try I'd like to sit down one weekend and scan things with the Pop 2, the Mini, the Range, and the Pop 3 and see how they all compare. There's a few videos out there people have done in the last few weeks like that. So I'd say they're not bad. If you want to buy one, send me a note. I got some old ones I'm not using much. But they, I don't know. It's largely the software and your patience, and you gotta work. It's not like a photocopier. I've tried photogrammetry. It's okay for bigger objects, but for small objects, the detail just doesn't hold up, in my opinion. Photogrammetry still seems to work best for things that you want to use, like for rocks and walls and stuff in the background of a video game or video. They don't seem to, in my opinion, I've never been able to get great accuracy out of them. I haven't played with that stuff for a few years now. But mine are the one, I don't know, do you want the Creality Lizard, or do you want to RevoPoint Pop, or maybe a Pop 2 once I try the Pop 3. I still use the Pop 2 once in a while, but Pop 3 should cover that. I don't know if they've even got good deals on it right now, but Pop 3, it's a little bit better, the software is better, the accuracy is a bit better. It's just like phones to me, it's the same thing. It's a little bit better, buy our next one. And then, what else have I used that's... I've got a Einscan, but it's not, I don't have the good Einscans. I've got the one that's got a turntable and stuff. It wasn't cheap either. And then, what else is there still kicking around? I've got another one that I got that ran off an iPad. Can't remember the name of it right now. Those guys kind of pissed me off. One of the times they upgraded, they're like, oh yeah, here's our new version of the software, it'll make it all better, blah blah blah. You had to pay them an upgrade fee to get the new software, of course. Paid for their development time, I'm fine with that. And then I was like, oh, is it gonna let me scan small things like minifigures and stuff that are like, you know, golf ball size? And I didn't hear back from them for a couple of weeks at least. And then the reply was, no. I'm like, well, good, because I didn't buy your upgrade to your software, because it was just the same thing again. And then they kind of evolved into like room scanning and things, like for forensics and things like that, as well as like interior design and measuring rooms and stuff. I'm like, you can't even see the walls in all of my rooms in my house. That stuff just doesn't work for me. So here's Mr. Bob Kearns. Welcome to the stream, sir. Good to see you. Or you can see me, but you know what I mean. Yes, it's a metal electronics box. There's the cover for it right there. And I've already got the power supply, and the box is over here with the buddy board in it. We did that earlier today. So, I can angle it back. So there's Buddy and his. Got to have some twists, some speed ties in one of his projects. It's kind of like a, you know, same reason some of it's got to be orange to me. Fancy. Ha, that's funny. Your originality points are not high, sir. Long time nobody knew that. The relation to that word. You do. How are you doing, sir? Things going all right? Oh, there's where I need my Sharpie for. All right, I need it soon. Okay, that's. I thought we were going to use the. See, I was thinking ahead, just doesn't work. Got home from work. Good stuff. I'm on vacation this week, so this is my vacation. And with the price tag, it's the this is my vacation. Costs about as much as a trip to Earthenfall. Mr. Buttram's back too. Good to see you again, sir. Yeah, I'm not done yet. Yeah, I spent too much time talking. You can't imagine that. I'm sure. It's actually, this is kind of fun. Get to see people I don't see much anymore, and theoretically get a printer all set up at the end of it. Yeah, there's a bunch of the crew from past streams here. Mr. Riley was on earlier, fresh from his starring role in the Prusa thing this afternoon. We stopped for earlier. Your shocked face, I know. Talking too much. That's why I like doing live streams. I get to talk and catch up with people and forget where I put the paper towels. You know, I've heard that they make these things that let you mount these on a wall, so like they're easy to get to, but you know, it sounds pretty complicated, like something you have to go to IKEA for or something. They just fell to the floor. I know, you'd think I could. I've heard that you can print them, but, you know. I also know that a coat hanger works really well, metal, old steel coat hanger. Just do that too. I've done that before. Past life in a garage, but. I think I'm gonna, at some point, I want to shift the table back a couple of feet so that I can actually reach the tool stuff that's on the back wall that I put up there. Maybe. I don't know if you guys can even see it, can you? You can't even see it. The Palette 2 Pro S, whatever arrangement they did. There used to be a rep box up there. I stole it. It's in the other room now with feeding an MMU. So. Metal hangers are extinct, but I still have some. I used one, I don't know, sometime in the last couple of years to get in and hook into something. Maybe now that I've got all this gear hooked up, I'll do more live streams. God knows I still got enough stuff to build and play with, and we've talked about scanners a bit today. I do want to sit down, and I've got a new one that arrived yesterday, so maybe we'll do something with that. Okay, take the Sharpie. How many rolls we got in these? 4. How convenient. Surface, position, the bearing. 2 rows of balls. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're not marking where the balls are, they're marking in between them. Middle of the 2 rows of balls. Balls to that. I don't think the last time I built any of my Mark IIIs that this was a thing. Doing this. More NLTM streams gonna be a good thing. Yeah, okay. Sure, Bob. That's a vote of 1. I'm not sure if everybody would agree. But I do want to do some with the scanners. Because it is fun and it's interesting, and I've kind of been, some of my experiments have been going from a rough scan of an object for like cosplay type little fidgety bits, and then I've been experimenting with Nomad Sculpt on the iPad. So I'm kind of pissed off at ZBrush for selling. I know, if only someone ran a bi-monthly live stream on Saturday nights. Man, if only somebody would do that. Sounds like a really great idea. Glad you thought of it, Ryan. Well, I have a StreamYard license that I haven't used much in the last year. Not for public stuff, I use it for meetings and stuff. But use it instead of Zoom. It's not... I don't know. My blame for that is between Maxon and ZBrush, Pixelogic. That they, you know, I don't know what the total reason for was for selling off ZBrush to Maxon. I don't know what else they own that they could sell. But anyways, it's just that, you know, to me, Pixelogic ZBrush had a an agreement, a license to us for lifetime licenses. And then when they sold that company, that product, to somebody else, there should have been some kind of a deal there that was better than, you know, here, just start paying us monthly instead, or annually, or whatever it is. I guess it's annual. A new license, and like, we already paid for the license. That's why a lot of us bought ZBrushes, because you only had to pay it once. So, I don't know. I wish that they would have made it better. And then the way they did the next update kind of entrapped you into signing up for the Maxon thing. They didn't really tell you that you could still just upgrade ZBrush for a while itself as a separate entity, separate app. And I know I went to do it on mine and got stuck in a mode where it wouldn't even, pardon me, the old one wouldn't work, and I didn't want to pay the license fee for the new one, so my Mac at the time was just kind of limp there. So, and really, Nomad Sculpt, because you're doing it on a iPad where it's a, you know, screen with a pen, it's cheap. Is it 40-50 bucks for the app? I think that's a forever thing, or one-time purchase anyways. I don't think they've added anything else. So, yeah, it's I'm liking that. And one of the guys that I follow that used to do ZBrush tutorials and stuff all the time and give tips, Shane, not the Shane we know. Shane O starts with an O, can't remember it. Anyways, his stuff, he's starting to do, he does tutorials still for Maxon ZBrush, but he also does has been moving over to Nomad Sculpt as well. I saw his last few streams when I saw the notes for them. His own personal streams are for Nomad, and the features are really getting good on it. So I need to put more time in, but I guess it's thicker. Yeah, not much. Yeah, a little bit thicker, I guess. Maybe a millimeter or so thicker too, maybe. It's I don't know, it seems the same. I mean, I'm sure it's just as sturdy or inflexible as the other one was. I was looking at the Mark II behind me, but it's in pieces. But they, like I was saying earlier, I think it's really cool that that the back has all this really cool shape to it, which is good branding. It's, you know, hexagons, blah blah blah, it's all in their brand, but it's on the back. The front is still a Mark II, Mark III look, which is good. Still hate the big yellow sticker, but it might just disappear at some point, but just fall off. But yeah, it's I don't know, it seems kind of a shame that it's like that. And likewise with the, I assume this is what you're asking about, but the cast, gotta be aluminum or some kind of variant. You know, this is pretty cool as well. Again, it's going to be underneath where we're not going to see it, but it does look cool. As long as it works, I'm sure that it's been tested digitally and in real life. I know, remove the warning, I know. Here's my Darwin Award. Yeah, I haven't looked at the plastic parts for the top yet, but I try not to get too far ahead. For a yellow sticker cover to protest it. Yeah, that'd work too. I'm pretty sure they're all still on my other Mark IIIs and everything as well, and the minis and all that. So, and some people say, "Oh, it's got to look good. My new printer has to look good." Okay, let's be realistic. None of these things really look, ooh, wow. No printers on the market look, oh my gosh, that's beautiful. but mine sit in a dark room and just they work. They aren't designed to be like, I don't put one in my living room. There's not one there currently, but it has been before, but not right now. But yeah, I don't worry about what they look like personally. I'm not got to that point yet. Function over style, that's for sure. Yeah, like their machines are like a hammer to me, you know. One of the machines that look nice to me right now, and it's all subjective, is the ones that you can bring your own plastic panels to the outside and make it look different than it is. Then I think about it and I go, that's just adding another 2 inches all the way around to the bulk and space it takes up. So, yeah, I can live without it. I started to print the pieces to do one of the kits for the legs for the minis. I went, yeah, do I want to print 3 of these and install them all? No, so I canceled that project after printing 3 out of the 4 legs for the first one, I think. We're gonna lube these up, I guess. Paper towels. Okay, let's see how this works this time. We're switching to the smaller one. I always think of, anybody else think of Llama? Did he make one of these? You don't have 10 hammers in your house, Brian? Yeah, I thought Llama made one of these things to inject the squirters in years ago. That's why I always associate. I know he didn't invent the idea probably, but he's the first one I remember bringing it to everybody's attention and how much it helped with doing things like this. Everything is a hammer, see? Except as we pointed out earlier, the smaller sizes of these hex drivers are not good hammers. So that's one thing they can't do. I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I probably own 10 hammers. I inherited a few of them when people passed on, but I'm sure I have at least 10 hammers around between the garage and here, and probably one in the car. So there's a few of them around. I can't remember the last time I drove a nail. It's been a few years, probably since last time. Other than hanging picture type stuff, maybe. Wording is hard. I say a wrong word. I will say one thing. I know I'm an orange fan, but it's a lot easier to see where the holes are on the orange one of this than it was on the black one where you couldn't see anything. Put that in. It's cool the way that does that. Kind of want to look into that on how it. Thing is, it doesn't. Now on that one, it's more counterclockwise. I guess it depends which end of the thing you're in. It's like that should be spot to, because this one's long enough, I can see the grease getting to the end. Oh, it's an air bubble. Hope that wasn't a side squirt. Yes. Me too. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. And more frequently as well. Drills make a great hammer, electric drills. I feel like we're gonna have a blowout on this tube. I'm gonna squeeze it too hard. My mouse jockey hands should be able to do that, but I don't even want to open up. Well, that can't hurt either. I did both ends of this one. I got some on that one. It's hard. Five of these tubes? Yeah. I can't remember the last time I actually... 3 years probably since I last built actually more than 3 years. It's from the before times. Because I last built a Mark III. So, it's been a while. Now, I have a couple that are making some noises like it's time to do some of this on them, but you know, seems like there's always something else to do. They're still doing alright. I've got tubes that came with different printers and kits and everything, and the MMUs and everything. They all seem to have come with some of that, and the minis. And like in the mini, the thing's pre-assembled. I've taken them apart to change the extruders on them, but I have Bondtech extruders now. But and now they are just little workhorses. Do some grease, sure. These have now got officially more grease in them than probably most of my printers do. Get all these from both ends, so this stuff is solid. Exactly what that stuff is, but so some kind of lithium-based grease. It got some viscosity to it. I also bought a bunch of stuff from a guy a few years ago now, just 2 years ago at least. And there was a bunch of, he was buying the kits, assembling them, and selling them assembled here. And there's probably some old grease and stuff in there. A lot of parts I don't use. There's a lot of Mark II parts. He must have been doing M2 to Mark III to, or Mark II to Mark III upgrades as well. I don't know what all he was doing, but don't worry, I'm not going to drink the IPA. I'm just going to deguck my fingers again before I touch too many tools. I know I should use the little toilet that they give you. Towelette. Oh, it's different. wiping device. Anyway. Put the rods in straight, don't tilt them. Somebody say it. Part. Slide them in. If one or two balls pop out when you're inserting the rods in the bearings, it's okay. If there are more, please consider ordering new bearings. Or just go to the box over there and pick out some more. I do have a few of these kicking around. I've even got some of the plastic ones, the iGen, not InGen, that's the bad guys in Jurassic Park. It's iGen bearings. I don't know what's in Everclear. I don't know. Take a poll in the audience here, but I use IPA most of the time. I'm a glue stick fan when something won't stick right, or when it's for a client that the bottom doesn't matter. They're not going to be oohing and awing over it, which is 99% of the stuff I bank. They don't care what the bottom looks like. It's the top that they're going to see. So I use glue stick a lot on a textured bed. Otherwise, some people do with dish soap or Windex and things like that. I don't know. It's in Everclear. You'll get into it over time and learn what works for you. And there's no formula. Oh, here we go again. There it goes. And we can't see. Yes, we can. Oh, they've put a little viewing hole right there so you can see when the rod is. I can see it. It's hard for you to see it, but you can see when the rod is at the end. Yeah, let's try it in there. If we can get that to focus. Let's get a view where it shows that. Oh. Look at that. I'm going to try and hold all this still while I focus it and don't move it. I just lost it. It's a charge extra if I use the micro camera thing here. It's not going to work. I'm never going to focus on that. And alcohol probably work, but IPAs, depending on where you are geographically, IPA is relatively inexpensive. Like I probably don't use 2 or 3 bottles of that a year. But like my minis are all glue stick. They don't get to see a lot of it. It's rare that I print anything that I have to use the clean pad for and clean it with IPA. And then I just wash it with hot water and soap and get the glue stick off it, glue stick out of the nooks and crannies, scrub it a bit with those green pads. And then bathe it up again. Okay, so we use this side view, one on the top. Didn't see any bearings pop out of that one. Doesn't make a grinding sound, so it must have got enough squirt in them. It says we can worry about the orientation with the marker mark later. Look at that. That is weird, that lube. It's like it comes off like in, I don't know if that's the original lube that was in the bearings or if it's the stuff I put in. It comes off in like little chunks almost. Yeah, different people, but certain places, I think California is one of the ones that are kind of picky about IPA and stuff. I used to buy it at Costco, 4 bottles for between $10 and $20 somewhere for 4 bottles of it, and they last, that box would last me easy in general use, so I don't stress too much about those. What are we looking at? What were we looking at? We were trying the little micro camera. Oh, that's a good point. You're still looking at the micro camera. It's not sitting on the table anymore. It's pushing its way off the edge. I just knocked the piece off I was going to show. It's a, sorry. Let's go back to a normal view so you can look at that one again. Sorry. Thank you, audience, for cluing me into that I hadn't switched back to the other camera yet. That close-up camera was a real good idea, and a couple of times I had people on that didn't know what 3D printing was. It was great because I could show them the layer lines and stuff, which look really scary when you look at them that close, at like 20 or 40x, whatever it is. But it doesn't work the rest of the time. Now you get back to me. Luigi lose. Sound like Mario. Alright, and we're there, and it shows that we've got them both in far enough that we can see them both quite clearly. I like that. Oh, they added that to the Mark IIIs at some point too. I don't remember if mine have got those viewing holes or not. The other end on. Now, I remember on some of these in the past, I remember using a hammer to put the other end cap on these. So let's see how we do this time. Always more fun to put the second end on because you can't wiggle the rods the same. Had to go and say that, didn't I? Somebody stopped me from saying that. Use my hand as a persuader this time. I'm sure I'm ignoring the part where it says, don't do that. No, no. Willy Wonka style. Joe going, no, don't do that. Look at that. Yeah, I like that feature. Jinxed it, yeah, I know. The hammer. See? That worked. I didn't even have to go look for a hammer. I know where they are. I probably would just use one of the screwdrivers that's here. So, and the ones with a rubberish grip on it so it doesn't leave marks so that I can't get yelled at later. There's input shaping. It's fine. It'll work. Wow. Alright, let's see what the comments are. Maybe somebody saying they had to use a hammer, maybe. Sure, confuse people. The way the picture shows it, doesn't it? Because you shouldn't always just go with the pictures on these things, but on the top, 2 on the bottom. We're fine. Everything's fine. Alright, let's get through some more of this. I'm hungry. 8:30 here almost. 23. Time for some food soon. Alright. My carriage. Is there not more parts in one of the other bags? Hex carriage, look at that. Thank goodness for labels. Hex carriage and the clip. So let's take the clip in the bag so we can find it in 10 minutes when we need it. Yep. 2, 1. Interesting. Then I assume the clip goes over the bottom to hold the bearing on the bottom. Well, that looks like it would keep the when you're trying to do some maintenance on this stuff. That looks, from my first glance, that looks easier than the older designs. Okay. Now, I haven't seen any of those yet, so I don't know what bag they're in. Hex spacers. Kind of 3x10s. 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 79 of them. That should be enough to scare lots of people away from making one of these right off the bat. 3 of those. Since I've not seen those, let's try the other sorted hardware bag that's around somewhere. Fasteners. If there's any hiding in there. Need it, got it, need it, got it. I think we should be on to this one yet. There's lock nuts, so. Okay, that's not it. Now we have to do more checking. Wait! Look at that, there's a comment. What if they tell you what bag they're in? See? In the X-axis and X carriage bag. Isn't that the one I just opened? No, they're not. I don't see them in there. So much for that. I have not seen any of those, so. We'll have to do a little bit of searching here and see if we come up with some extruder parts. We'll need those for a while. Element guide thing. Should may get used once. Nope. Do not see them in there. Spare. Let's see what these things. Yeah, they're just neck spacers. Well, I've got one in the spare bag. One is not 3. Let's see stuff. alignments in there happening. And in the chat going, no, they're over there. Can't you see them? Well, it does not mention them on any of those. And there's spacers, but they're not hex ones. Those are bed spacers, I believe. Interesting. Well. It won't be in there. Is there any of these that I just haven't noticed? Come on, chat. I'm hoping for one of you to say, yes, they're right there in front of you, silly. You can say that. Yeah. I'd be glad for somebody to point out that I just can't see at this point. Which is legit, but... It's teasing when they show them to me in the spare bag. I know what I'm looking for. There they are. They're in the X-axis. Okay, how many X-axis and X-carriage bags do we have? 2 bags with the same name. X-axis and X-carriage. Probably can't see that because there's a paper towel in front of it. But 2 bags with the same name. Different parts inside. One plastic, one not. So they're in here. Shows that there's 3 of them in here. I looked in the wrong. They're down in that corner, hiding. We got them. They're blind. They're all blind. Well, and I read the cheat there, the comment where somebody says, oh, they're in the X-axis and X-carriage bag. Yeah, except there are 2 bags with the same name, and I looked in the other one because it's the one I had in my hand because it had the part in it. But they weren't listed on that bag, so. Alright. Probably have to go over this video in the end and make notes to make corrections to the instructions, but I might order quite a few of them. Okay, we got everybody now. Now we need some nuts. Nuts. Squares. X's. How many? How many M nuts do I need? Okay, nuts. 2 X nuts. And really? 8 square nuts. Look at that. And 1 more makes 8. Alright. Alright, we're going to take from that view, 1, 2, 3. Oh, good thing there's spares, because if they hit the floor, I'm not looking for them today. Piece of shaggish type rug that I'm sitting on. It's good for standing on. Once they're in there, pretty much gone to me, unless I don't have spares. Starting this carriage assembly, look at, man, he's gonna pass me before I even get a chance to go for dinner. Well, that one's just not wanting to go where I want it to. Alright. There's one. Of course, I grab the end of the scalpel like blade. Look for a digger. Thought either if these parts were orange, you know, just see what's going on. For old guys with bad eyes like me. Vince is going to be winning the race pretty soon. So Mr. Riley proclaimed it a racer there. Alright, use my other trick. Maybe there. Oh, one more. Give it that little bit of oomph to push it down. Channel lock type pliers work great for that. And a little bit of a hammer coined by Mr. Buttram. Print some new eyes. Boom, problem solved, man. I wish I could. What I need is a new optic nerve for my right eye, apparently. One that doesn't work at all, or not properly anyways. Not that I'm apparently considered legally blind in my right eye. Luckily you can still drive with just one, so it's not fun. Lane changes are a little bit of a gamble sometimes, but the only ways I know the music is still playing is every once in a while the picture on the screen for the album art changes over here on the stream beats. I'm hoping that I don't run into any of the ones that they've got that have had some, because this is an old playlist from a couple years ago at least. Lulzbot had a printer for printing what? I'm rewinding in my head. New optic nerves? I'm counting on nanotechnology, little nanomites to go in there and put it back together. To me, it's just like a network cable that's got a couple of bad wires in it. What it means to me is a big gray spot in the middle where it just doesn't have any data. Well, the bioprinters, right? Was it them that... Was it Lulzbot that had the... I think didn't Joel go there and do a little piece with them, and they're printing like, is it ears or something? Printing something anyways. And then the company kind of dissolved shortly after that. I thought maybe they might have gotten some potential legal issues in it. shut things down, but I don't know, it's just me. Two more in. Spin it, flip it. You know, I don't even mind that we don't get side cutters with any of the Prusa gear, because we do get the cool little orange highlighted Buttram says they were under the umbrella of another company that had Lulzbot and the bioprinter. Well, that could be. That sounds right. I don't know. I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Joel that did a piece at their place, and it looked pretty neat. I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. It's a really good thing to see and learn about a little bit, just to know it exists. It's good enough for me. You know, I'm using the hammer again to get that lined up. And then it shortly after that they went dark. But I do appreciate the little needle nose pliers that come with these for putting these in. Like, most of us don't have a few pairs of side cutters by now. My favorite side cutters, the ones that came with the Elegoo, Mars, and the Saturn. They one of my pet peeves with these is that they only open that much. The ones from Elegoo open probably 2-3 times that size. They're great for cutting off organic supports, where you cut them in the middle and then pop them off. If you haven't used organic supports, everybody, do yourself a favor. The newest version of Prusa Slicer. 26, 2.6, something with a 2 and a 6 in it. And give it a shot. I like organic supports a lot. Yeah, I think Joel did his video, and like within a month or so everything went wrong. 0.6.0, thank you, Bob. Yes. Still has a few issues here and there. One thing I really wish they'd get to, and I know they got a long list of things to do, but is variable height for organic supports. So when you do a helmet and you want organic supports at the top and you want to have more shorter layers as you get up to the top for less sanding and such, that would be ideal. But they say it right in the notes now that you can't use variable layer height with organic supports. So hopefully one day they get down to that on the list of 10,000 things to do. I was thinking the Jurassic Park thing, you know, 7 billion lines of code or whatever it is, and to debug and fix stuff. I understand and I appreciate the work and I appreciate everything it does, but of course I'm human and I want more. That's what users do. Two more on the other side. Okay, and then what? Oh, right. Did I count wrong somewhere? You know, when you get to a step and there's 3. Oh, there's the other one. I missed one. See, it's that one. Like I was down to 2 and I was gonna have one left. Like, wait. There, I just gave Vince another hint. I suspect Vince will have his ring by the time I go to bed. So. Oh, not that one. What brand these are? Channel locks, but they work kind of like it. Not sure where those came from. They were an inherited tool in the toolbox, or in an auction type situation. I bought them that way. They are handy. It should work. Centered. Test fitting that one because it didn't quite want to sit down right. And then the last two, which are probably those two, judging by the available holes. Yep. Good. Alright. Have any comments on that? Insert those. Why is that a... I'll use this. So why does it have a little Joe staring at me? I get it. Use the screw pulling technique. Yeah, should work. Those are going? No. What I just did on the wrong side. Nice thing when you're at this point in these belts is if you crack something, you can always just go print another one. It doesn't appear to be seated properly. it wasn't attached very well. Like a game. Let's chase that around. It's gonna reach. Nope. Try a trick we did last time. Nope. Alright, let's have to use the screwing technique. I get scared when the chat goes quiet. Scared. Yeah, have a good one, Ryan. Thanks for stopping in and sacrificing your cell phone battery. Well, that was good. Use the screw technique to pull the nut down in, and when you go to back it out, it just pushes back out. Yeah, there's not much holding that one. That's as far as it goes. Betcha that one's gonna fall out when I try to put it together. I can feel it loose there again. Yeah, it just sits there. Alright. Ah, because I'm not supposed to be putting it there. Aha! He said. It goes somewhere altogether different. That's why it wasn't doing anything. I'm like, no, that's not fitting with the crap. I was in the wrong spot. Alright, that's better. And somebody in the notes already had to reprint this part because they got one of the nuts in cross-threaded and it ruined the hole. I don't know if if I would have done that, I might have just put a little bit of glue on it. But that's me. There's two of the things through there. Okay. So from the other side, put the that one's already in spot in the picture, and I haven't told you to do it yet. That's always cool. That one you gotta freehand drop it. Yeah. Huh? Okay, I'm getting to the time of night where logic is not really my best friend on this stuff, so time for a break soon, so that Vince can pass me clean. Seems like it got it. Yep. All right, and then the other one goes in there. There it goes. That's the sound we want. Two of those. And where does the third one come in? Because it shows it already in place in the picture. So that's always fun. Did I miss a step above? Yes, I did. Maybe that's the part they were talking about that they had to reprint. I already kind of tried to make an adjustment on it before. Everything is figure-outable, as they say. Ta-da! Said ta-da. Ta-da 3D printing. I think ta-da 3D, whatever her YouTube channel is. She does some really good videos on the Mark IV and the XL. Recommend checking out her work and giving her a follow. Okay, so we need that piece. This next one. Put the bag down. We got the drinking game. How many times will Mike hit the camera today? You'd all be hammered by now. Hit the camera's way too many times today. And I just hit it again, just for extra. We take another drink. again. This is spares, right? Yeah. Move this over here. So I keep looking at it because I'm supposed to be using that stuff. Sort of desperate. Or far from desperate. This project. Another empty one. Yes, I had to check the bag to make sure I didn't put the spare parts in there with the extra little. Alright. There they are, hiding. I'm back on the tablet. No one in the house puts things on the charger. Yep. I have nobody to blame, so. But thanks for coming back, Ryan. I appreciate you hanging out. Okay. So those must go in the other way on this one by the looks of it. Yep. M3x10s. The bags with a lot of them in it. Originally 79. And there's still a lot. Get rid of that. I stab myself on it. I appreciate you too. Glad you're here. Black on black. Maybe I should reprint all the black parts in blue. So Krusty usually shows up when I say stuff like that. I know Joel's not showing up, so. Song just changed. Alright. Alright, so we've got only 2 of those and I needed 4. And so I can tell nobody's following along in the instructions online. They said, no, you need 4. Hopefully I can get to this step before I call it a night for dinner at least. Put those in, I did that. That's the way it wants it. Yes. And just for the scorekeepers in the picture, it shows that it's on part revision E2 and I have E3. Every time I do this, I tell myself that I should write those numbers down so I know what version I've got when it comes time to start doing some upgraded parts. But I'm not writing stuff down. Now, leave the upper bearing out of the X carriage for the time being. Attach. Okay, go back a step. Attach the X carriage on both bearings in the lower rod. See the orientation of the X carriage motor in the picture. Yeah, I know. And then leave the upper bearing out for a while. Fine. It's normal for these. Slide both bearings in all the way into the pockets. Align them with the outer surface. Okay, that's a lot of words. Put them in. Gotcha. Okay, we have a plan. Which way are we putting them in? Looks like that way. Where's the part where it tells me about the marks I put on? Rotate both bearings so that the mark is facing you, pointing straight down. Alright, answers my question. Gotcha. Kind of like that. Alright, and then put the cover on, I'm sure, is the next step. Is it keyed or anything? That way. Makes sense if I just looked at things. I know I'm not doing them in an X pattern yet. That's because I'm just putting them in loose at this stage. How hot it gets in their print farm. All those machines, they must have some serious ventilation to suck the heat out of that place. If it gets too hot, things will get bad, so we all know. I don't foresee me going to Prague to see it in person, so hopefully someone will make a video about it one day. Expect that I'll ever get to go pet the alpacas. You've been there, Bob, right? You've been to Prusa Mothership. How hot was it in the print farm? You know, the one they show the picture of. Distracted by a pet. Is this a new pet? I was just saying, it's got to get awfully hot in there, you know, with hundreds of machines running. Very warm. Extrusion line was even warmer. Yeah, well, extrusion would have to be. Wow. I just wonder how they handle. I'm sure it's, you know, everything else they do is kind of extremed. So I just wondered how they do the. Oh, okay. Sugar gliders. Sugar gliders, stay out of your printers, okay? Guess they only do it once, they learn. But yeah, the extraction ventilation system's got to be significant all over that place. And seeing as apparently, from what we've learned lately, air conditioning is not a common thing in Czechland. It's got to be And I assume that if you were building a plant, you'd put the extrusion lines in the ground floor because they're big and heavy to move in, and all the big equipment, so all the heat rises up through the office levels, I would assume. Yeah, lots of fans and windows. That's kind of what I've been learning lately. Shane was talking about it. Seeing as everything I know about Prague is pretty much from Shane, you know, Molly gets a single view or anything. Yeah. The extruders on the print farm are not the same as the ones we use. That would make sense. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like for the big equipment, like the extruder lines and the big stuff, the injection stuff and that, they've got to be on a ground floor. There's no logical reason to put those on anything except the ground floor. But, I mean, eventually you run out of ground floor in places, and that building looks to have lots of floors to it from pictures I've seen, so. Sketchy, sketchy elevator. Sketchy, sketchy elevators are part of my family's legacy, or history, or whatever. Short story as I try to read the next few steps. Good friend of my father's was an amateur inventor. As he got older, his legs didn't work so well, and he built his own elevator to get up to the second floor in his garage shop. He was a car guy. Did wiring harnesses for old 40s and 50s cars and stuff. And one time I'd acquired an old pen plotter he wanted to use to do the drawings to go along with the wiring harnesses, so my dad and I went out to his place, a rural area, and loaded it up. And they both got in the elevator, this little elevator, and it was a cable rig. And which probably was designed for the weight it had in it that day with the two of them, but maybe the safety factors weren't high enough, I don't know. Cable stretched and snapped, and they fell the equivalent of one floor. And my dad broke both his ankles. That was a panic day. They had part of the plotter in the elevator with the two of them, and the guy that owned it had a little stool in there that he sat on because his legs weren't good, so he wasn't too bad when he hit. It went into his back and he was okay, but my dad broke both his ankles, and that was a panic day for a plotter. But they're part of my family adventure. My kids still don't like elevators because of that. Yeah, I can see John Mack having a garage elevator. It's good to see John. I heard John Mack was at Murph, so that's good. Don't hear much from everybody anymore. If I do this for enough more days and nights, maybe I'll see everybody for the next few nights. I'll be doing more again tomorrow during the day, trying to get this thing going. So I got a couple things I want to print and experiment. Yeah, I felt so bad for the guy that had built the elevator. He felt terrible, and you know, I think he got his kid to go and put central air in my parents' house. That's kind of a sorry that you got hurt so bad when my dad had his ankles broken. I think that's how they got central air, was his kid was in refrigeration and stuff, and he went and did that. Cover the bearings. Do not fully tighten the screws. Why did you show me the X pattern if I wasn't supposed to tighten them? I know. Reading is a skill. Comprehension. John Mack is fun. He's fun for making some people uncomfortable. That's always fun. The good old days. Attaching the X motor. Spin. Box of motor parts. Well, those are Z motors, and that's a extruder one. That makes this one the X-axis motor. Check the phone, make sure I haven't missed anything super exciting in the outside world. Unlikely. All right. Where are we? We're here. We need that. We need probably one of those. One pulley. For now. More screws. Make sure the grub screws are in there so I don't have to go looking for them. I think there's spares on one of the bags, but if I saw it correctly. Okay, how many M3x10s am I going to need this time? Just one. That's all. Let down. And what are the other ones? 18s. 18s. 3 of those. Projects that I did with Nomad Sculpt. One of the guys I do some cosplay parts for now and again. Did a arrowhead type thing, like a relic arrowhead. And he's got me doing a second one, of course, because once you do one, they always come in mores. Got the motor, got the screws. Let's go. How farther we got to? Oh, we got. Oh, there's gummy bears coming up. Only about 6 steps away from gummy bears, so that's good. I'm ready for dinner. Quarter after 9 here, by the looks of it. I can see the things. Alright, so what are we doing? We're going to insert the screws into the motor. What's that showing me? Oh, another one goes in there. One of the 10s? Alright. I don't understand that exactly. But we'll play along in the home game and see what happens. The edge of the plastic protrusion. Do not tighten the screw. There's no thread inside. Just insert it freely. Alright. It's decorative, I guess. I don't know. Oh well, yeah, there's nothing to hold it because there's nothing there. Just push it in. Alright. I suspect that that one pushes against that one to adjust the motor. That's my guess. The motor itself will keep it from going in. Motor, keep the cable down. Okay. Cable down. That there. We've still got the elongated holes for these. Alright, did I just use my one I was using for pulling on the other ones? Hope they were all 18s. They all look to be 18s. Because it doesn't matter. Go to photo mode and see. Tighten them slightly, yes. So they're in elongated holes. Wait a minute, I didn't. The things I hate about using a browser for instructions is that every once in a while I must hit the back button on this thing and it jumps back to the last page and just did it again. And shows me that little one that's in there. Yes, it is. Oh, I'm getting it. Alright, it is what I thought. It pushes back against the other screw that's just sitting in there loose to tighten things. Good way to do it, I guess. Guess we'll find out, right? Position the motor so the screws are at the inner end of the thing, so it's as much slack as you can put in it. Yes. It's the other way. It's been late for my brain for this. Comments quick. Yes. People are asking the same question I just worked out in my brain. And I adjusted it, the notes, to clarify it already. Excellent. All right, goes on, teeth down, flat side out towards me. Use one of these to align it. I just do it with my thumb. There we go. This is the part that when everybody's like, how come I'm getting layer shifts? everybody tells them to fix. Snug those as good as we can for now. Luckily they're accessible, so you can always tighten them later. That back there, and the Magno tray. That's what I was going to bring down the Chris Riley magnet tray. I'll remember that for tomorrow. Or later tonight. Depends. Grout screws, which we did. X-belt. Okay, so we need the belt and the pin that I saw in there, and the smooth pulley. Just a little piece for it, goes in there. Look at that. 2 bags empty by the time we take the belt out. Alright. Tiny little bearings. Gets those. Anybody have a problem with that? Guide the X belts around the pulley. Push it in. Drop the pin through the hole. Pull it tight. Really? We have nothing to... It must snug fit in. Let me show you. Using our thing to push it in. Take this. Put it around that away. Noting where it goes in there. So we'll call it like that. Do we put it pulley indented hole down or up? Oh, lucky me, it shows the same either way. Looks like it's kind of that way. That looks like it. Wait a minute. No. Alright. My logic is flawed. There's a shocker. It's gonna go that way. And then what's going to stop that from falling out again? Sweet nothing. Pretty sure that I can just... Oh no, you can see it. It is all the way through. Yep, that is it. It's as far as it goes. I guess tension... Oh, I see. Never mind. When it's under tension, it pulls it underneath so that pin can't fall out. It slides it in enough. That's interesting. So when you pull on it, you can see the pin in the hole. It's there. And then when you pull it, it tucks in underneath this piece over here. So the pin can't fall out. So as long as there's tension on the belt, the pin is safe. Pretty smart, those guys. Those Prusa meter creator dudes. So that's what those triangle arrows are for. Pretty smart. I always like it when there's good design in these things. Belt, hook it there. Slide it through the hole. Around the other end, bring it out. Gotcha. Now we're gonna go and tuck in the again. Black on black. I can sing any AC/DC, don't worry. This in through the hole, through the tunnel. So there. Goes in through the tunnel here. Go around the other side of the pulley, please. Where's that weird little tool? No, that's not what it's for. Put a bend in it for a minute. That would be enough to make it. Right. Spiky side down. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Spiky side down, spiky side down. Really? almost like we planned it. Well, they don't give you an extra millimeter of belt there either. Everything's lightened up. Got that pushed in as far as I can go, pretty much. I know I'm still not done. Yeah, red light, still not done. Hey there, Jolin, how are you? Thanks for stopping in. Jolin's another one of the crew. Michael was on earlier, stopped in before his shows today, which I could not participate in because I was here for a while after that. And took a break during another stream by the makers of this stuff, and then came back to do some more. I'm just about ready to call it dinner time when I get to the end of this next step. Should have done that first. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Question answered. I even asked it. Red light's funny, isn't he? Isn't he, Ryan? I almost out of drink. Gotta be getting close to calling it a nighttime. I've got too much farther to go. Should be able to get the rest of the x-axis together in a few more steps. Place that, put that in. Belt must be not too loose. Sagging. I know better. Make it as snug as you can now. Which I did. Can't quite play a song on it yet, but it's pretty close. Move the carriage back and forth several times on both sides. Checking everything is smooth. Where's the part where you put the... Oh, there it is. Some other cover on that I don't know where I put it. We're at one of those stages where they don't tell you what parts to get ready. They just tell you to use them. It's amazing. And nobody asked a question about that? Come on. Oh, it's those ones we're still tightening. Oh, we already did that. Alright, I see what they're doing. Bob, I will come back after dinner probably and do some more and stream it, but I will not finish this tonight. There aren't enough hours. We'll see how I'm doing after dinner. Vince is gonna beat me. We decided that before Vince even cut the tape on his kit, so. Lost the marker. What marker did you lose? One on the bearings? Yeah, you just make another one. They won't know. Well, it's the last time you'll hear it sound that smooth. Yeah, it's not bad. I know future Mike will wish that past Mike would have lubed everything a bit more, but we know how to take it apart. Can rebuild it. You mean the marker spot on the marker spot on the bearings? They didn't ship us a physical marker. It's one of the things we're supposed to find ourselves. That's the marker to. Tight enough for now. Does it still slide? Yes, it does. Look at the wobble in those belts. They are not close to snug, but I like their new way of doing that. I like it better than the old angle adjustment style on the Mark IIIs that I built. Did I accidentally hit the "you're done" part again? Yes, I did. There's gotta be something on the trackball. Da-da-da, do that, do that, do that, do that, do that. I see Haribos going by, so. The thing bugging me is we're still not really done because the one bearing is still hanging out in the air. As far as I can see. Guiding it. Place it there, the marker must be up. In the picture, which I did. And then back and forth, tighten up the bottoms. Still good. Eat 5 Haribos. Cannot do it. Nice job, it says. Now let's go to the next one for the Z-axis assembly. I guess we might do that when we do the extruder. It might go in. Alright folks, I think I'm going to call it there for this round anyways. I may come back on later tonight, as Bob predicted. You never know, for another hour or two. But for right now, start putting the Z stuff together next. Hopefully I can get the Z stuff together later on tonight. Thanks everybody for stopping in and keeping me company on this adventure. We're another 4 hours in, so we're a total of like 7 hours into this now. Which probably should have taken, well, that's Vince, 2 hours? Okay, thanks for stopping in, Jolin. Red light. Yeah, have good food. I'm gonna have something quick and simple. Sandwiches are topping the list in my brain right now, so cheese sandwich or something, good enough. 3:25 already. Is that how long you're into it so far? And how much farther ahead are you now, Vince? Stepping on the paper towels. Alright, once again, thanks everybody. I will probably be back on later, and hopefully you're all asleep, and for your sake. And thanks for hanging out, and everybody remember to be safe and have a good evening. And, oh, sorry, where did he say he was? X-axis rods. You've caught up to me now, so good job. By the time I'm finished having something to eat, you will be past me, and by the time I'm done for tonight, you'll probably be finished. Alright, take it easy everybody. Let's do the exciting outro video, which ironically is the same as the intro video. Take it easy. Thanks everybody, be safe.